Come to the stream. Alhaitham is one of few words. Also, I forgot to do something, so you'll have to watch me do it live. But took a little bit too long for me to realize that I forgot. Because today we are going to do something that we started ages ago. I forgot exactly when, but I can find out.
Can I play banker next time?
Reading books, yes, that's something we did ages ago. Nobody is doing that anymore today. Watch Florina have fun as I take a look around my files. On the 8th of October 2023, we started a quest, or I guess it would have been the 7th, about the Fontaine Research Institute. We filled out lots of paperwork that day, and that was about it. After that, I ran into the quest accidentally once, and I recorded that, so that's what I forgot to set up, is showing you what I recorded. And after that, we're gonna continue that story. Honestly, I'd probably remember as much of it as you do, so a little bit of a refresher won't hurt. Which means I also need to mute the game audio. Make it so that me and you can hear the video. And then I guess I should mute myself or you'll hear me twice. So, see you after this. Oops, I accidentally approached this quest that we started last time. And it started again. I've said this many times, Miss Crony, rebuilding the Fontaine Research Institute is our only goal right now. You've said the same thing 3 times now. I know all too well that when you guys start repeating things like robots, there's definitely something big that you are trying to hide. Think what you like. As for the numerous issues you mentioned earlier, I suggest you go talk to Mr. Raimondo. What? Is he going to tell me all the things the Fontaine Research Institute is hiding? No, but his ways of beating around the bush might be more sincere. You. Anyway, Miss Crony, I have my own business to attend to. The one next in line has been waiting for quite a while now. Hello, how can I help you? It's me. I'm the one next in line with all the paperwork. Are you Mr. Naka? Yes, I am. You introduce yourself to Naka and describe the final review situation. Upon mentioning Desnos, you remember what he last told you. Before formally arriving at the Fontaine Research Institute for the final review, Mr. Desnos has first tasked me with being your guard and ensuring your safety. I see. Thank you for applying, Miss Lihuan, and I suppose I must also thank Mr. Desnos. Injured leg. The wilds around here do pose many dangers, and having an adventurer capable of passing the preliminary qualifications review by my side would be a lot safer. I can't act like I didn't hear that. What dangers are there exactly, if I may ask? According to the investigations, lots of archaeum flew out of the Institute when it exploded. Whilst the uncontrolled archaeum radiates energy, would it contaminate the surrounding environment? Well, wouldn't this entire area be contaminated then? I suddenly feel somewhat short of breath. That's just your imagination at work. After leaving its catalytic environment, archaeum immediately returns to an inert state. It won't radiate or contaminate anything. It is apparent that Miss Crony's way of phrasing her concerns brought you unnecessary misunderstandings. Miss Li Huan, may I take another look at your documents? If you really wish to escort me, then we'll have to take something of a detour. I'm going to a few nearby places to review the technological assets of the Institute and nab some documents along the way. Who's this lady next to you anyway? Some reporter, that's all. Indeed, that is what I am. It's a great honor to meet you, Miss Li Huan. I've heard your name from my colleagues many times before. I'm Crony, a journalist for the political affairs section of the Steambird. If you have time, could we arrange a time to have a chat? And of course, Miss Paimon is also welcome to join. I'm very interested in your adventures. Let me see. How does next Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday sound to you guys? Even this Saturday could work. Could go for a cup of coffee. Or how about right now? You guys stay here and chat and I'll go about my work duties. That won't do. I've already reserved today's entire interview schedule for you. Sorry, Miss Li Huan, Paimon. We'll have to chat another time. That's okay. We've got work to do today anyway. We need to escort Mr. Necker first. I must stress again that I'm just an ordinary researcher now, and I have no further information to give. Plus, we've also got tedious and meaningless work ahead of us. Even if you go ahead and interview me, you won't get any useful information from it. That won't be a problem, Mr. Necker. All work has its own unique value, and it's our job to uncover it. Don't worry about me. Suit yourself then. Let's get going, Li Huan. According to the schedule, there's a document we need to get at the Institute's executive office. Hopefully Conyat wasn't called up for some other work. Okay, don't go near there until I'm streaming again. I hope I remember. See you then. Which I mean now. Time is weird sometimes. Time is extra weird sometimes. Like, insanely weird. Sometimes time spends half a year. That just happens. After navigating an incredibly cumbersome procedure, you take on an assignment related to the Fontaine Research Institute. But before you can officially begin though, you have to undergo a final review. That is the quest beginning. So now let's continue. By going there, where I never went successfully. Towards cubes. Slowly but surely, we will find out today what's up with those. There's treasure there. A mark that I have never been here. Even an oculi right where the quest is. This is it here. Hang on a second while I go find Miss Conyat. Whoa, what's that place? A building floating in the air? Paimon, I think you are being very considerate calling that a building. Paimon gets it. This must be one of those magical I only want the second floor, just cut the first floor out buildings that you hear about in stories. The Fontaine Research Institute for Science is the finest in the world. It really is. What you are seeing now is the central laboratory of the Fontaine Research Institute. Or should I say, what was once the central laboratory. Mr. Edwin Eastinghouse was once within, trying to develop a field generator using Archeum. Initial estimates indicated that the device could lift an entire block of buildings, but it could only lift blocks of water. My guess is that the experiment didn't turn out so well. Of course, had Mr. Edwin not left 2/3 of the Fontaine Research Institute in ashes, he would have been a shoo-in for the post of the next director. Is that a joke on Westinghouse? There's definitely references going on today. And today, the heavy responsibilities that belong to the post of director, including a lifelong stipend and private dwelling, must be borne by the likes of Giselle and Raimondo. Paimon wonders just what kind of people Raimondo and Giselle are. According to the evaluations of my peers, they are the type who can speak to you for an entire day without saying anything. I want to put that to the test. So it is exceedingly accurate to say that Mr. Giselle's talents are irreplaceable. Look, Li-Huan, the location of your final review is the former location of the Alain Guillotine Research Institute, and now the current residence of the institute. Before the incident, weekly lectures were held there regarding critical projects. Of course, the old administrative functions are still in effect and can handle the final review. What's that place for? There are even seats around it. Is it an amphitheater of some kind? I have heard colleagues stationed at Institute speak of this place. That is the sacred ground to Fontainians. The place where Fonta was born. Refreshing Fonta, a font of refreshment. They didn't do so well. They did also be reduced to ashes. That is the Fontaine Research Institute Academic Assembly Hall, and is dedicated to the purpose of displaying the fruits of our research, such as the combat-capable artificer dancers, the gramophone, and turbine-powered glider, among others. Previous analysis of Institute assets show that, of the items I mentioned previously, Fonta may be the only scientific achievement that remains legally profitable. I couldn't help but notice your wording containing a few baseless accusations. I'm glad you noticed. In that case, would you mind giving me your opinion of the ongoing criminal activity of selling off research material from within the Institute? It is absolutely vile, and those involved in the matter ought to be arrested in accordance with the law. Well, then, out of those with access to the Institute's technical assets and the capacity to commit such a crime, who do you believe it was exactly? Could it be possible that it was a criminal? gramophone sure beats those silly robot dogs. But the gramophone is no longer legally usable, clearly. If Fonta is the only achievement that kept existing legally. Leave one. Let's keep moving. I need to go to a file storage room first and retrieve a survey anchor, which we can use to monitor the strength of the energy flows. It's not far. Let's go. This document needs to be filed, and this one rewritten. There's just so much to do. You'd never think it was a criminal who did it. Yeah, I thought so too. Big surprise there. Finance Investigation Office Notice. To thoroughly investigate the Institute's loss of assets effective today, funding approval for the auxiliary robo-arm, hollow propulsion wind glider, and autonomous circuit aquabus projects is suspended, pending further reviews of finances and assets. We will never get a wind glider that moves by itself. And this chest has been locked up. It's a chest for a chest. Announcement concerning personal changes. Announcement regarding the memorial service for Monsieur Boutor. The Institute will hold a memorial service for Monsieur Boutor tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. in the Academic Assembly Hall to honor his research contributions to the Institute and the people of the court of Fontaine. May he rest in peace. Anyone not associated with the Institute who wishes to attend the service should first register with the funerary office. Notice regarding sanctions for personnel conducting unapproved research. In summary, Patrice traveled to Liyue without permission and conducted experiments without the Institute's approval. He is also suspected of tampering with and falsifying experimental results. He retains his position on probation, pending investigation. All experimental data and papers from the project will be temporarily archived and in the care of Monsieur Anatole, pending subsequent reviews and empirical verification. Notice of Edwin Eastinghouse's dismissal. In accordance with the Fontaine Research Institute's personnel regulations, Edwin Eastinghouse has been absent from work without permission for a long period, without having submitted any application, and is thereby dismissed from his position of senior technician effective today, with further investigation pending. Notice of Court Rott's dismissal. In accordance with the laws of the Court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute's personnel regulations, Court Rott has been dismissed from his position as a researcher of the Institute effective immediately. The Institute retains the rights to pursue further legal action in accordance with the relevant laws. All the criminals. Oh no, my element is the wrong one.
Over here.
Great. But I don't have the ability to use that. Unless it's hidden somewhere. More chests. Might be on top. There's all kinds of things on top.
This way. I'll settle this. Be amazed. How brilliant!
And voila!
Okay, good. Now we can view. Cipher letter. All that once stood fast has been destroyed. The stone walls are as weak as flesh and blood. The time has come for me to leave, and I shall not return. But I won't give up. I see the path leading toward my future. I will endeavor towards it, even if it is a path of solitude. Don't say that. You have so much to research for. Much puzzle.
Piece of cake. Surprise!
How about we don't? Careful, these clockwork mecha are aggressive. How about we do?
Let the world come alive! Over here!
You mentioned them by name. May as well get rid of them.
Yeah! Step on up! Yeah! Cue the spotlight!
Now disappear! Stop!
Surprise!
Just checking how far we need to go.
Huh? Go!
Just gotta go past all these angry robots. Well, that one wasn't angry. That one just walked by. That door can open.
Huh?
Just isn't in the mood.
Phew.
Mr. Necker, you've finally come. We came across a little hiccup on the way. Never mind that. Have you retrieved the survey anchor yet? I was just about to bring that up with you. I don't know if it was due to the explosion, but the supporting tools that were kept here are all damaged. You should know, if you don't use the proper tools to retrieve the anchors, you will be subject to being struck by high-intensity Archeum energy flows. Oh, intense energy flow from the Archeum. Got it. Huh? What I just said was... I didn't... Relax, sweetie. You were merely speaking the truth. It's not like you offended anyone. What Miss Shamlet said was indeed the truth. I hope that I can say the same for what you shall write. Whenever the truth is placed right before me, I never pretend that it is not there. That would be a mistake. Is that so? Well, it takes only the slightest bit of effort to fixate on something, but it always takes more brain power to avert your gaze from it. It's clear they're not having an argument with each other, but why does Paimon still feel like the vibe is even scarier than if they were? Let's deal with the survey anchor first, shall we? You're right. Miss Shamlet, let's go examine the anchor. Okay then, that said, the area where it's located is still blocked. I'll go ahead and open those ports and unblock it. Is that the door that can open? Lihon, As I recall, you were an adventurer who came for the recruitment, yes? Well, when assisting our institute in its work, you will sometimes be required to carry out certain precise operations. I'd like you to see your practical capabilities first. Could you please go and help Miss Shamnot operate the energy transfer terminal to clear the area where the survey anchor is of obstructions? So the review has already begun. You could say that. If you pass the final review, then we'll do a detailed competency assessment for you. After all, everybody excels at different things, and the work they can take on also differs. And so their compensation will differ as well. Ha ha ha, how very blunt of you, but you're not wrong. Oh, then we've got to show them our worth, Lihon. Just treat this as an early assessment. Miss Shalmet is over there. She'll explain to you how to operate the terminal. Please follow her instructions and unblock the area as soon as you can. I'll be watching you from the side. I feel this is gonna be something I did a million times. Possibly already today. So many shinies, but no lore. If I may, Mr. Necker, could you explain what would happen if someone were to be directly hit by intense energy flowing from Archeum? Coma, subcutaneous bleeding, vomiting, and so on. Would you like me to list them all one by one? If the survey anchors really are that dangerous, why would you place them in a room? You know, it feels like you're placing a coffee maker. I've already repeatedly emphasized that as long as you follow operating procedures correctly, you should not be at any risk of direct contact with said energy flows. As for why they are locked up in the room, well, it's to prevent certain idiots from taking any anchors away without authorization, of course. They have no idea how they work, and just figure that they might sell some shiny things for a profit. We've hung up signs, distributed flyers, and even specially organized a lecture to try to tell everyone that not only were they worthless, but could also do you harm. However, the anchors continue to be stolen, and thus we've had no choice but to lock them up in a room. This is the truth. Are you happy now? Not especially happy that they have been taken. Some have been stolen. Hello, Mr. Necker has already told me that you are here to learn how to operate the energy transfer terminal. Is that right? I've written the operating instructions down for you. Feel free to take a look at them. Oh boy, a tutorial for things I've done a million times. Good luck with your assessment. Can also get more lore. This is a test text for cipher letters. Never mind, but it is the first one we should have ever found. I haven't thought of any suitable scenarios where this tech can be applied, considering that the energy transfer terminals and their receiving terminals aren't widespread in Fontaine. The use of encrypted images will be limited to within the Fontaine Research Institute. Teilhard just loves coming up with such useless inventions. I've already warned him not to vandalize the place. The encrypted images use a special paint that requires an equally special solvent to remove. This formula for the solvent needs to be removed. The encrypted message is recorded below. The text below has been removed. Great. Removed. How to remove? Also, they are also in the prison, so someone has been using them.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
Spooky puzzle solving. Excellent work. The lock has been opened. Your abilities to quickly grasp the mechanics and execute are both outstanding. And your value far exceeds the vast majority of those who participate in experiments. I will truthfully report your performance as such. So what's next? Whoa! Miss Crony, what's gotten into you? I suddenly feel like I'm gonna throw up. Miss Crony, please, drink this medicine. Exposed survey anchors radiate with arceum energy traces, and the place we are in now has also been affected somewhat. However, this energy level won't leave permanent adverse effects on the body. Just take this medicine, and you'll be fine. The radiation won't harm you. No worries. Black! It tastes terrible. Forget it. I guess this is also a kind of first-hand experience. Li-Huan, these 2 bottles are for the 2 of you. Please drink them quickly. Thanks, but I'm not feeling any discomfort at all. Paimon, neither. Really? That's really quite interesting, and is completely at odds with the result of the application of Arceum Risk Report, 3rd edition. We all should have been affected by the same amount of Arceum energy. Harumph. We are constantly journeying over mountains and seas. We are way stronger than the people you've got working here. Maybe it only works on Fontaine, hence. Correction. You can now assume that all of the Fontaine Research Institute staff are now working out in the open, beneath the sun and stars. Your report might consider mentioning the difficult work conditions we are enduring, Miss Crony. I've been wronged without having been notified in advance. The Steambird won't just let this go. Putting this all aside, you clearly have an extremely strong innate tolerance to the high energy flow, Li-Huan. If so, you are certainly the best candidate to assist the Institute, without question. Please approach the storage room and report any dizziness, nausea, itchiness, or any other discomfort you feel during the process. Hold on there. Are you using Li-Huan as a guinea pig, without fulfilling your obligation to inform her of the risks first? It is clearly stated in the Institute abbreviated Externally Contracted Employee Agreement, Appendix C41, which she signed. Prior to being officially employed, the applicant shall be subject to a harmless Arceum energy flow tolerance test, and the Institute has the right to terminate the contract based upon the results of said test. I hate reading text. You chose not to exercise your right to read the text, but each document was clearly marked. Please sign your name after carefully reading the document and make sure there are no mistakes. However, seeing as you seem completely unaffected by the energy flow, I believe you may be just the person we are looking for. In any case, let's get down to business. Take 3 steps toward the storage room and hold still for 30 seconds. And so, the traveler died. We've gone this far, but Paimon still doesn't feel anything. Do you feel any discomfort? Feeling the same as always. That's a relief then. Paimon was worried about how she'd carry you out of here if you were to suddenly pass out. Although, we've come all this way, and we can't see Neko or the others anymore, and it doesn't seem like we can hear them either. What do we do next? Grab the shiny thing. Paimon knows. Maybe they'll chuck some sort of box in here and communicate with us through that. Do we even have technology that cool? Phones are not invented yet. We'll find out soon enough. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of cool gadgets they might use to communicate with us. Li-Huan, can you hear me? Oh, so they rely on the technology of shouting really loud. Shh! I can hear you. Do you guys feel any discomfort? Everything good. That's great. Please continue on the survey anchor. Onto the survey anchor. You should be able to see it now. Once you retrieve it, it will temporarily fall into a dormant state and stop radiating energy, and then we'll be able to come in. Cough, ahem. Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, then we'll get out of here. But also, What if we do it this way? This seems to be a reference book intended to impart practical techniques. The book lists a great number of issues that Fontainians are quite unlikely to encounter in their daily lives, and provides rigorously logical solutions to sad problems. However, both the title page and the ending contain requests from the author for readers to not do such things in practice. Fantasy Institute. This seems to be a literary work of fiction. In this book, the entire Fontaine Research Institute was transported to a fantasy world, and many researchers go on adventures together in this other world. There is a note stuck at the end of the text, with the following comments written on it. Why do I still have to carry mechanisms and fight monsters even in another world? How is this any different from real life? Is this what counts for popular novels within Institute circles? You might as well write one in which Mr. Irwin travels to another world with his Archeum. Please refrain from placing novels inside the materials office. Also, Mr. Edwin has stated that he has no interest in traveling to other worlds. Too bad for him. We're gonna send him. What should I do? This appears to be a reference book meant to teach common knowledge to people who have yet to come of age. Why is it placed inside the Institute's materials office? Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Executive Office, located at the intersection between the Liffey and Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering regions. Primarily responsible for the Institute's various administrative tasks. Academic Assembly Hall, a venue for showcasing the products of the Institute's research to the public. Circular designs of the exhibition hall show allows it to accommodate a large audience while providing a better view. Central Laboratory, located in the heart of Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. It has the most advanced instruments in Fontaine. Currently, the primary research undertaken there is related to experimental field generator. The text that follows is too marred to be discernible. A perfect yesterday. What are you? The day that has passed cannot stay. I guess because I read about the institute that was and no longer is. You actually managed to retrieve the survey anchor without any instruments, like it was nothing. That's amazing. The last time we needed at least 3 of us acting together to retrieve an anchor. Aha! I'm most certain that you are exactly the talent we have been looking for. With your help, all of our work is going to go much more smoothly. Alright, I'll keep it for now. Let's leave this place and report back to the Institute. Post haste. Hang on. Where's Miss Crony? Pam doesn't see her anywhere. She was feeling nauseous, so she stayed up there to rest. But don't worry, she's already taken her medicine. She just needs a little time. Time has passed. Huh, Miss Crony, what are you doing here? A bunch of mecha monsters suddenly showed up outside. They're on my heels, about to storm in. Well, thank you for that. Look out, Lihon, over there.
Higher, higher, hands on fire. The show begins. Rest and rebuild. Jumpy, dumpy, go.
Phew, luckily Lihon was here. But probably the clockwork mecha that the Institute used before to monitor energy flow. They are equipped with Archeum energy flow monitoring devices. Although they are now out of control, they still automatically converge here upon detecting the energy flow from Archeum. Mr. Necker, should the Fontaine Research Institute be held accountable for these out-of-control mecha in the wilds? I don't object to that at all. They should be held accountable. Oh. If you truly have a way to have those buried in the ground rise up and speak again. Also, I sincerely suggest that you stay here and rest, Miss Crony. Mr. Choiseul and Raimondo are at the Institute's new site, and they aren't going anywhere. Once you're feeling better, then you can go and interview them. Yeah, you felt so sick that you could barely even stand. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is essential. No, I can't. Interviewing Choiseul is the final step, not the beginning. That's why I'm following Mr. Necker around. I want to experience everything firsthand and get tangible evidence. I have to question Choiseul with evidence in hand. That way he won't be able to beat around the bush like last time. And lo and behold, I have now personally experienced this so-called harmless Arceum energy flow. No? Once I get to the Fontaine Research Institute, I'm definitely going to uncover all of the hidden truths. I truly admire your professionalism, Miss Crony. Are you sure you'll be able to make it the rest of the way there? Don't worry, I'll be right behind you guys. I'm a reporter after all. Reporters are very powerful. The backup medicine is also nearly finished. I'll go back and get more from the Institute later. Wait, do we even have any medicine left?
Yay, shiny!
So shiny. Dog. We're here. This is the Mary Ann Memorial Park. Doesn't look like a park at all. When the explosion happened, this place was hit by the first shock. Some paper assets might have survived. Paper is definitely the most survivable thing. Most resistant to explosion. Also, Mary Ann again, huh? Miniaturized personal recording device. These materials are also broken up. They're just statues now. Cubes. This looks just like old copies of the Steamboat. Financial reports from the Research Institute. We see. Oh, there might be something under the storage drums over there. Is it also Institute property? Surely. Alright, there seems to really not be anything of value here. It's time to move on. A researcher who once worked together with Edwin Eastinghouse is now kicking storage drums around in a junk heap. Meanwhile, the Fontaine Research Institute still complains about being short-handed. The way these researchers go about things is truly unfathomable. Everybody's worth is reflected in different ways, And kicking storage drums is my way of doing so these days. But I have heard that prior to Edwin's big screw-up, you had quite some sway in the Institute. Some might even say that you were second only to Edwin himself. Eh? You were that powerful? That no longer means anything. Now I'm merely someone who was fortunate to survive this project, and one of the culprits who turned the central laboratory into what it is today. This is the only information I can offer you, Miss Crony. Well, I believe that was plenty. Let me write that down. Huh? Where are my pen and notebook? My whole bag disappeared. I put it right next to a strange-looking mecha just now. Where did they go? You mean the one behind you? Huh? Help!
Strike a pop. Quit it! Cross over! Time to shine!
Let's hurry over to the Institute. The new Institute, I assume? Yes. No reason to walk that far. It would be kind of funny if I'm making all this humdrum about cubes and then we never actually go to them. Also, there's a chest here. Just right by the teleport, and I never... even saw it.
Dodoko, where are you?
Surely not around here.
Go!
We see the cubes, we are happy. Yeah, we are going all around the cubes. Raimondo, nothing could go wrong here, right? Everything is running according to the test orbit, Drozel. Round and round it goes without any errors. I see music. Error-free everything might be, but I'm just worried about getting dizzy. Mr. Drozel, Mr. Raimondo. Ah, Necker, it's great to see you. Have you taken care of these survey anchors? I trust that you've done as you always have. Complete your task to perfection. I have. Allow me to give you two a brief report. With Li Huan's assistance, the anchor was successfully retrieved without any equipment. That's unbelievable! You were able to retrieve one without the use of an instrument. Goodness, thank heavens. The entire institute right now only has 3 complete sets of such equipment, and I was honestly worried as to how we might retrieve the anchors as soon as possible. It was nothing compared to other things I've been through. Is there any critical data in the anchor, Mr. Drozel? Nah, of course not. Some insignificant data, Miss Crony. I agree with you. After all, there is no way for insignificant data to radiate with harmful arceum energy flows, is there? Energy flow? I mean, of course. It's necessary and must exist as a technological means of preserving the... What I'd really like to know is why the Fontaine Research Institute would place these survey anchors to monitor the arceum energy flow after the explosion. Certainly, obviously these survey anchors are used for monitoring, surveying. Miss Crony talks so fast like a dendro slime on fire. Allow me to be more specific. How exactly is the Fontaine Research Institute planning to deal with this explosion? Yes, I was just about to answer that question. This was an excellent question to ask, as many people are concerned about it. Miss Crony, I am so delighted that you've come to visit again. I must stress on behalf of Mr. Drozel that the Institute has never changed its solution to the explosion. Once we have recovered all of the retrievable research assets at the old site, we will demolish the old central laboratory and do our best to restore the area's natural environment to its original state. What, you are saying floating cubes are not natural? At a central laboratory, you mean that building floating in the air? How are you going to demolish a building like that? Blow it up, just like before? Explosion plus explosion is. Of course, we shan't be using such crude and simple solutions. This demolition will utilize our newly researched experimental field generator. This device can deactivate the gravity-altering field that surrounds the Institute's ruins and land them on the ground safely. But wasn't this device also within said ruins, and wasn't it also a work of Edwin Eastinghouse that used Arceum as its energy source? So based on what you are saying, the Fontaine Research Institute is still unwilling to give up this harmless Arceum project, yes? I think they are not giving it up so easily. You've been keeping up with what she's saying? Nope, I just repeated her last sentence. Hey, have you been doing this to pretend that you understand what's going on? Anyways, the Fontaine Research Institute is still trying to do dangerous stuff in dangerous ways, right? A great summary, Miss Paimon. If we are discussing uncontrolled risks, well, even walking on a road may be dangerous. Also, you should note that the energy source we are using is the completely new and stable tri-state Arceum. How does that differ from normal Arceum? Does the new word in front of it mean anything? This to me seems like a purely rhetorical maneuver. I'm sure Mr. Churchill would be happy to have an in-depth conversation with you about grammar, but I've left Mr. Necker hanging for too long and really that's just impolite. Mr. Necker, I trust that you've done everything that I've asked. With Li Huan's help, everything couldn't have gone any better. Is this an adventurer who came for recruitment? Necker recounts to Raimondo everything that happened, emphasizing the amazing talent you displayed when retrieving the survey anchor. He also briefly touches on Crony's ironclad professionalism, as well as the severe vomiting reaction she had. Two sides of one girl. From the joking look on Necker's face, there seems to be no ill intent in his chest about the committed reporter. Or so you assume. That is rare, extremely rare. I'm delighted that you are applying for work at the Institute, Li Huan. After hundreds of years of bad luck, we are finally catching a break. I'm confident that you will be of great help to us. Here are the documents I signed. Ah, leave them over there. Don't worry about them. Huh, aren't you going to take a look at them? We spent ages on them, and Mr. Desnos also took them very seriously. These documents definitely have their uses. They certainly help us weed idiots out, at least. As for you, however, I believe that your good qualities go far beyond what they can summarize, so let's leave them alone for now. So, are you saying we passed the review? Without a doubt, yes! I will personally prepare the contract and notice that you will need to sign for follow-up work. Until then, Mr. Necker. Yes? While Miss Crony appears to be having a discussion about energy safety with Mr. Choiseul, how about you take Li Huan to retrieve the last two survey anchors? The energy flow control operations are nearing completion, and all that's left is to compile the data. Oh well, at least it's under control. Are you guys heading somewhere else? I'll come along too. This reporter lady sure has pretty good ears. It's part of the job, Paimon. But music I need. What should we do, Raimondo? Do you think we can convince this journalist? Tri-State Arceum. I always found that the name would bring us trouble. Joyzel, do you think that the name is not up to current grammatical standards and that people will criticize us for being superficial? No. Tri-State Arceum may be different from Arceum in name, but it looks exactly the same no matter how one looks at it. This is not a problem, as its internal structure is indeed different. The difference between it and Arceum is like good guys and bad guys. They are both people, but they are very different in society. Ah, Raimondo, people never bother to tell the good guys from the bad guys, much less the nature of a piece of rock. They'll just say, hey, this rock looks like Arceum, and it works like Arceum, so why isn't it called Arceum? Relax, Joyzel. I've already prepared the explanation script. Keep listening. See? The energy source that derives the experimental field generator is not Arceum, but a new one called Tri-State Arceum. This type of ore is an inert variant of Arceum that was created through a special transformation process. After entering the all-new silent excitement state, it is much more stable than the original excited state. So exciting. This won't do. They'll still just say they were doing some kind of rhetorical trick. This rhetoric is also based on strict academic classification. All in all, you will witness its excellence after this display. But this certainly won't be able to satisfy that group of reporters. They can never be satisfied, Mr. Joyzel. All we need to do is put on a display. That's all. Good luck, you two. You're feeling a strong chemical or nuclear physics reference. Didn't you write about 3 Röntgen Arceums before? That seems very similar to what they are talking about. Nope. Guess not. But Tui? Who invited those guys? Is this where researchers spent their downtime? Is this even humane? Has the Fontaine Research Institute ever considered making renovating this place a priority? There should be a survey anchor here, just like Miss Crony implied. This place needs renovation, and the power supply here is very limited. Or perhaps I should say, there's a complete shortage. While I'm answering Miss Crony's question, I'll leave the job of recovering the anchor to you, Li Huan. Compared to some other areas, the dormitories weren't impacted as much as the explosion. Dormitories, but I don't see even one bed here. So how do these researchers get any rest? It's not like they can sleep in chairs, right? Miss Crony, your idea of resting is very different from that of the researchers. When a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute says they need rest, they only want a quick break for the brain. Then they would usually come here, play piano, read, and have a drink or two if necessary. But wouldn't sleeping provide more rest for the brain? You may be correct, but to all researchers, sleeping is a waste of time in the first place. Sleeping is a waste of time? No, it is essential for rest. Sleeping completely cuts your train of thought short, and that's just not acceptable for our research work. Are you being serious? If you don't sleep, the only thing that will be cut short is your life. Not necessarily. The Institute boasts an excellent healthcare system that guarantees researchers' health and well-being. But that's still no reason to not sleep. Also, if researchers are here to give their brains a break, wouldn't that break their thought process from research anyway? Not necessarily. It only seems like they are taking a break when actually they are still pondering different academic subjects subconsciously. It's akin to a vast ocean that, while appearing calm on the surface, still has a strong undercurrent beneath. Sometimes the undercurrents below are much stronger than the towering waves above. I get it. You mean when researchers of the Fontaine Research Institute are on a project, they must keep working and are not allowed to rest, right? That is not completely fair to say. If they truly need sleep, they are free to go back home and do just that. So it is fairer to say that as long as researchers of the Fontaine Research Institute are inside the institute, they must keep working and are not allowed to rest. Your rhetoric is simply astounding, Miss Crony. Retrieve the survey anchor. Thing is, I think I was here before, alas, I do not know when I can be transferred to another group. I really don't want to continue research on the smart lie detector of Professor Mossos anymore. Without resources inherited from him, we are like chefs working at a crafting bench. This just isn't working out. I've heard that the Institute has commissioned some adventurers to search for his base. If you ask me, they could just start the project then, right? It's not like numbers are going to help us catch up with him if we've got to force the research through while having no material to work with. As I was saying, I was here before and solved a lot of puzzles, so... Oops. Looks like our collection process is going well. Like, that door behind which I just stand probably needed unlocking through a puzzle that I solved ages ago. Cipher letter 4. Tile Hut scribbled cipher letters all over the place. Why am I not surprised? Even erased the formula for the purifying solvent Boutor left behind. Oh, it's a direct continuation of removing how to remove them. Thanks to him, all of our project funding requests have been rejected. Guess it's time to kiss my bright future goodbye. Not only is there no place for traditional clockwork mecha research in the Fontaine Research Institute, there's no place for me as well.
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette,
I probably should try to secure a job at the Fortress of Meropede. I'm sure they need engineers there. I'm just kidding, there's no way I'm going there. I heard there aren't even any windows there. Well, if there were windows, then water would come in. I've decided to do something out of the goodness of my heart. Although Boutor is no longer here, I've recreated the formula for the purifying solvent based on the information he left behind. I'll record the formula here, so anyone who sees this is able to use it to create the solvent and erase the nonsense that Tile Hut wrote. The formula is as follows. The text below has been removed. You will never learn.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
So boring. Big experimental report. Much experiments. Too thick for me. Oh, yeah, they left already. So we may as well leave as well. Have I solved what's ever here as well? Ah, there's Clockwork Mecha here too. Yeah, you replaced the ones that were there with the same ones. For the quest. Just in case, if I would have destroyed them before coming here. I will enter, but I'm also curious what this is. Verified type. Power 1.
Remember?
Automated supercomputing field generator. Well, it killed Hu Tao, so... It's something.
Yay, I did it!
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Well, whatever it is, it is trouble.
Let's move out. Let my name echo in song. Strike a pose. Covenant of the Deep.
This feels like something I shouldn't be fighting, somehow.
Shower me with praise.
Especially the shockwaves are
Must learn
terrifying.
from my mistakes.
I'm running. I rarely do, but... Goodbye. Okay, no, I have definitely not been here. There should be a survey anchor here too. I'll open the door and leave the recovery to you, Li Huan. Okay, so this is something that couldn't have been done before this quest. In opposition to the previous one. I believe this place was originally Butor's Institute of Clockwork Application. In the field of clockwork machines, Monsieur Butor was one of the leading authorities. However, scientifically, the development and advancement of traditional clockwork machines had reached a bottleneck. In terms of applications, traditional clockwork machines were obviously at a great disadvantage. Anyway, Monsieur Butor's program was slowly being marginalized at the Institute. His funding was cut, and he struggled to recruit researchers. After a series of unfortunate incidents, Monsieur Butor's group finally disbanded, and this facility was completely abandoned. Monsieur Butor was terribly unlucky, if you ask me. 1 second, I just had an idea and I want to try it out. Because that thing had a shield. Let's try... We can break the shield and that is how you beat it. Yes, okay.
A proper send-off from Messina with love.
Witness my great undertaking.
Hold the line.
Whirling snow.
Hip. Ha. Ha. Hup. Ta. Ha. Yeah. Ta. Ta. Take flight. We ought to end this.
Still does a ton of damage though.
Rest and rebuild. Yeah.
That's a waste.
Watch out.
Burst forth. Moment of birth.
Coming at ya. Fire. Well, with whirling. Watch out. Let's move out. Allow me. Watch out. Not fire. Well,
Gotta survive for 30 seconds.
Take flight.
Come into being.
Am I safe up here? Not entirely.
Hold the line. Turret, bring refuge. Watch out. Hiya. Sakura swirl. Whirling step. Allow me.
Moments of birth.
Coming at ya. A proper send-off from the Spina with love.
Burst forth. Feel this ancient power.
Fire! Well, sorry,
Well,
partner.
Come into being.
oh, 50 seconds.
Burst forth.
One little spider, harder than any boss.
Come into being. My calculations were off.
They sure were.
Covenant of the Deep. Yeah.
Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
Take flight. Yeah. Embrace the ice.
Automated supercomputing field generator. Defeat local legend. Automated supercomputing field generator. How legendary. It's also a treasure right above me, I noticed. I guess I'll mark it before we leave. Yeah, I still can't forget how Joyzel just kept equivocating. And that Raimundo, so haughty and arrogant. Do you see how he was looking at me? I think you are much better than either of those two. Things would have never turned out like that if you were in their position. I'm no scientist. Hi, dogs.
Allow me.
Live.
What can we see? Oh, that needs to be broken. As so many things in life.
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Oh, this one's being protected. Are you fine with me taking this?
Yeah.
You're definitely not gonna attack me if I take it, right?
Although it's not gold, it certainly glitters.
Comfort away from home. We found a couch. They have no beds here, but... This is the last survey anchor. Let's return.
Feel this ancient power.
Hold the line! Haha! Ah! Hey there! Fire! Well, with rocks. Billowing surge! Yeah! My apologies. Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! I shall treasure this good fortune.
Back to the Institute. Maybe those two have solved their grammar issues thus far. Also, I did not mark what I wanted to mark. Mr. Raimondo, the survey anchors have all been retrieved. Looks like we've really got the right person for the job this time. Put them over here, someone will come and handle them. Now, let us get down to business. Come over here, please, Li Huan. There are some documents you'll need to sign. They are so thick. Why are there so many documents? Because no matter how one looks at it, escorting a researcher into the ruins of the Fontaine Research Institute and then landing said ruins shall be no small matter. And since it is such an important matter, it is only natural for us to explain every detail to the one carrying out the work. Who am I escorting? Why, that would be Mr. Necker, of course. Across the entire institute, there is no one better suited than him to deal with the central laboratory ruins. Okay, so we are going there today. I request that I accompany Mr. Necker. What? I think... That is a terrific proposal. Drizel, did you forget what we mentioned when we came up with the plan? We must keep the public informed about the rebuilding of the Institute with the utmost transparency. That's right. The new Fontaine Research Institute has nothing to hide. Edwin made some mistakes, but we are past that now. Please go write a report on it. Go to the ruins of the Institute and see the mistakes Edwin Eastinghouse made. Looking back again, the Institute now is just what we've been working toward. The cause we stand for. But allow me to emphasize once again that... And here we go again. I was sure about to fall asleep. I truly admire how much you guys have to say. Maybe you should call me after you are done talking. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with us, and this is a good time for a break anyway. No. This is important business, so please come this way. Under Raimondo's guidance, you signed many complicated documents. Thanks to your prior experience, you finished signing them before you know it this time. Alright, that should be all of them. Thank you, Li Huan. You are now an externally contracted assistant researcher for the Fontaine Research Institute. What about Paimon? Does Paimon get a title? You are my important assistant, Paimon. Assistant? That just doesn't sound cool. Don't worry. Assistants play an absolutely critical role within the Institute. But let us get back to business, shall we? Things right now in the Institute are rather complicated. The matters you'll be dealing with are also urgent, so I won't keep you for much longer. While you are on the way, Mr. Necker will inform you of some things to note, as well as what you will actually need to do. The rest is up to you now. A lot rests on your shoulders, Mr. Necker. Well then, please follow me, Li Huan. We must get to the ruins. Sure thing. Don't forget me. Yes, and you. How could I possibly forget? Mired in red tape. Raimondo, during our last meeting, did I really mention that we must keep the public informed about the rebuilding of the Institute with the utmost transparency? I really don't remember that. Perhaps I should check for it in the meeting notes. Could you tell me what page it was exactly? If by checking for in the meeting notes you mean you wish to see this point made in clear writing, then I must say that it won't happen, as much as such a point cannot be summarized into a single sentence. This point was made based on the overall essence of that meeting, which was to first address morality and human relations, and the sum total of social norms. Lastly, this concept, when extracted from countless specific words and actions, is so broad and generic that anyone can see and comprehend its abstract concepts. So what you are saying is, I didn't say that. Correct. So you're putting words in my mouth, is what you are saying. So anyways... to Cube. Good thing there is a working bridge somehow leading there.
Today is a lucky day. Whirling snow! My apologies!
You're getting a feeling I've turned off my mic and forgot to turn it back on. Correct. I wonder when I did that. Surely I said nothing of import. Cubes. Less than a couple minutes ago. Good. That was almost a drop. Light reflections. Very pretty.
Whirling snow! Yatta!
Where are we even going with this? Up, up, up. Okay. Good thing there's enough of a landmass on each of these cubes to make us able to keep going. Plop. And there is the oculi at not the top, but close to the top. In a very precarious place where you can easily fall down and have to redo all of this. If you do things like this, for example. This bridge also in total working condition. Oh, thank God, you're making the jump back possible. Hey. Actually reached the laboratory. Small cube. Small cube is nothing we stop for.
Come into being. Witness my great undertaking.
Whirling snow!
These cubes' population is mostly slime. Water lives here now. And this thing. This... What's this large plate? Paimon, assistant to the externally contracted assistant researcher. Thanks for the new title. That's the experimental field generator that Mr. Edwin developed. Huh. Didn't it already blow up? It looks perfectly fine now. Is it better or worse than the one we fought earlier, the legendary one? The thing that exploded wasn't this machine, but the Arceum ore that powers its core driver, the Arceum kinetic core. This thing, will it suddenly start moving by itself? Relax, this big guy can't move now that it's lost its power supply. But didn't Raimondo say that we need to use it to make the ruins descend? If it can't move, only a part of it will be activated. The tri-state Arceum can only support its operation at half speed, but that should be enough to relieve the abnormal gravity state the central laboratory ruins are in. Paimon doesn't understand that at all. What do you need us to do? Please follow me. The place where we will need to work is in the back. Miss Crony, please stay here. Some areas in the back contain Institute secrets, and you are not allowed to have any exposure to them. I can see that back of yours from here. What secrets could be possibly hidden inside? I have no idea either. That's why you are definitely not allowed inside. What nonsense! Anyway, please wait here. If you take photos randomly, you might capture something related to Institute secrets. For example, the formula for the sugar-free berry-flavored Fanta. This new Fanta product is quite important to the Institute. If you leak any information of it to the outside world, you'll need to undergo a 1-month confidential investigation and must report to the Maison Gaston at the Palais Memonia 3 times every day and be questioned. Of course, you'll need to stop your journalistic work. Don't worry. Even if I get taken away by the Palais Memonia for questioning, it will only be because I've uncovered a secret you are hiding. I won't let myself be forced to stop working for a reason as absurd as leaking some Fanta formula. I admire your work ethic. I hope everything goes well with your photo taking. Li Huan, let's go. There's still work for us to do. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna attack us. I'm sure of it. Huh? What was Naka doing? Who knows what he's doing? This does not work yet. Well, doesn't that look inviting?
Burst forth.
My apologies. Ooh, just a little longer. Fire! Well, with rocks. Hey there! Kami-san, onto art. Sumetsu! Whirling snow!
Sometimes I really don't get why the Institute had to design the support clockwork mecha to look like humans. Just from the perspective of supporting research, hands and feet are far worse than tracking and multifunctional clockwork mecha apertures. What's this rock? Oh, this is the archium that supplies energy to the experimental field generator. What restrains it is the energy supply device created by Mr. Edwin. See this here? This circuit connects to the generator. Of all the inert archium we found, this one was the best in terms of purity and stability. And then boom it went! That came down to Mr. Edwin. I trust that this wasn't the cause, or at least it shouldn't take all the blame. Well, it's not gonna blow up again, is it? When that happens, let's jump into the water below. Surely there is no fall damage if you land in water. Jumping into water from a high place such as this is gonna hurt when we, splash. More like splat. Worst case scenario, Paimon will tug on your clothes and help to absorb the impact. Haha, don't worry. Now that Mr. Edwin's not around, we are completely safe. Alright, I'm about to use Raimondo's catalyst to transform this archium into tri-state archium and activate that big fellow outside. Then, these ruins should be able to safely land on the ground. Dijuan, could you please help me take some photos in the area? I need to use them as evidence for my work record. Didn't you just say taking photos wasn't allowed? It's fine. These will be used for reference in the Institute and won't be distributed. Unless you secretly keep a few for yourself, which I trust you won't do. Alright, and when you are taking photos, please look for Miss Crony while doing so. I've got no idea where she's run off to or where she's hiding. I really don't want to start the generator only to suddenly find a lady tossed into midair. Fancy. Big rock. Green. Very healthy. Readings are normal. Looks like everything's fine, and we shouldn't come across any hiccups. Lihuan, once you're done taking photos, please go find Miss Crony. I'll come to find you guys when I've finished making adjustments here. Whoa, is this jittery? Save, and then distribute. Find Crony. I mean, we know where she is. She's in the boss arena with the boss. How suspicious? What suspicious? Show me too. Oh, Lihuan, you gave me a fright. How are you able to walk around without making any noise? We're just too focused. Speaking of it, you followed us all the way here. Have you managed to find anything? Not really. Since Mr. Necker said all that, I don't really want to get in trouble. In the end, all I could take pictures of were all these dilapidated houses, broken rocks, and the motionless machine. It is moving, you know. I bet I would be able to take photos of a big scoop. I could fly in the air, just like you can, Paimon. Why be a reporter if you can fly? Also, why are you standing there menacingly? I was born to do this. It's the reason I exist. I too am very sure of that, Miss Crony. What? You're also able to walk without making any noise? Is this a new technology the Institute's developed? Unfortunately, we don't teach walking courses. I've already completed all the preparations, in any case. Li Huan, please take Miss Crony back to the Institute. Once the experimental field generator is activated, it will rapidly change the gravity in the surrounding area. I've been through professional training and I know what to do in this situation. For your safety, it would be best if you stay away from here. And how are you going to get down? Do you have a wind glider with you? You don't need to worry about me. Mr. Edwin taught me how to use the generator personally. No one in the Institute can control this big guy as freely as I can. Not even Raimondo. Guess we'll have to leave it to a professional then. Be careful. Go now. We'll meet again on the surface. Ah, that's what that machine is for. It's not for me to use. It should be fine now. Huh? Please take Miss Crony with you and go down quickly. I'll be activating this big guy in a moment. Then this troublesome matter will be resolved once and for all. Please don't destroy this very fancy landmark of Fontaine. The floating cubes are very eye-catching. You wouldn't want anything to happen to them. Li Huan, you're back. How's the work coming along? Everything's going swimmingly. Get it? Because it's cubes of water. There's still some finishing touches that ought to be left to a professional, so Mr. Necker is still up there. What if we turn them into floating dodecahedrons? Now you're talking. I feel like I haven't really contributed that much. Don't say that. You are our safety rope. Without you, dear Li Huan, how could we have dared let Mr. Necker go up there by himself? It could be said that the trip was a brilliant success. There were other benefits as well. Miss Crony managed to photograph some thought-provoking images that she would like to ask me about, and a few of those pictures should prove even more interesting for Mr. Necker. Let's not talk about that for now. Come, let us take a photo together. Monsieur Choiseul will also need to present you with a certificate and an honorary title. A title? Oh, and what about Paimon? Paimon will also get a promotion from assistant, right? Seeing as you are Li Huan's companion, then I guess you could join in on the photo. As for the title... So there's no honorary title for Paimon then? Honorary titles must remain limited in quantity and stay relatively rare, otherwise how would we get sponsored and support through rewarding them? Oh, alright then. Then allow me to award Paimon. The honorary title of Best Travel Guide. Hey, just what kind of nonsense title are those? We're already best buddies. Paimon doesn't need a title for that. You better make Li Huan's really awesome. Of course, this honorary title is of the highest standing. Besides, haven't you also been promoted to assistant to the honorary senior researcher? Come on, let's get that photo taken. An assistant's still an assistant, no matter how many words you put after it. Alright, let's take a photo. This is an occasion to remember. Monsieur Choiseul, you are... Oh, looks like he's having a nice conversation with Miss Crony. Hence, this operation is a stepping stone to rebuilding the Institute. We can do it, and it is our duty to do so, as it has always been. As for the former site of the Institute, we will keep it preserved forever and rebuild it as the Fontaine Research Institute's Safety Education Center. I think I've just about had enough. I'm certain that everybody has benefited from your speech, Monsieur Choiseul, but now is the time to take a photo together with Li Huan, wouldn't you say? Yeah, let's have the cubes in the background. It's the last time we're gonna see them. Yes, of course. We must take a photo and mark this occasion with our dear honorary senior researcher of the Fontaine Research Institute. Please give us a second, Miss Crony. This shouldn't take too long. Oh, don't worry. It's not like the things you said just now weren't all clichés anyway. Weren't you guys going to take a photo together? I just so happen to have a camera with me. Please go and stand in position. I traveled a long way to go here, so please, at least make it worth the trip, okay? Yeah. I had a feeling. Having that in the background would lead to something. Was that an explosion just now? What else could it have been? I don't believe that was an explosion. All things considered, it was probably a controllable... That was an explosion. Paimon was nearly blown away just now. Not what else could it have been? Mr. Choiseul, could you please explain this to us? Was this something that you had anticipated? I must say you asked a very good question, a very excellent one, as many people are wondering the same thing. The color of these bodies of water. Could it be that the condenser components are already in... Wait, Naka hasn't come down yet. You're right, he hasn't returned yet. Let's not delay, Li Huan. We need to go now. Wait, I want to go too. The truth behind this explosion. Please do not act rashly, Miss Reporter. If you dip one of your toes into that water, you'll be saying goodbye to this world within a minute. Don't scare me. Would you please just stay here? Li Huan, according to your previous experience, the energy flow that remains in these bodies of water shouldn't affect you too much. Please, get to the ruins as quickly as you can. I'll find my own way up, and I'll meet you there. Oh hey, you turned on the lights for the cubes. They look even better now. Your own way? I have my ways. After the explosion, I was among one of the first up there to conduct disaster investigation and evaluation. Things at that time were much more complicated than they are now. Anyway, enough talk. Let's get moving. Hopefully Mr. Necker won't meet the same fate that Edwin did. Pretty cubes. Guess we're gonna go all the way up again. Is it gonna be more difficult now? Yep, already more difficult. Already broke my legs. Hello again. The cube that was here is not here anymore. Interesting development. Well, seems it doesn't hurt
fight.
And the weird thing that helped us get from here is also not here anymore.
Come into being. Feel this ancient power.
My apologies.
Killing the slimes was not what gave us back our way of getting up. Can we reach any cube? No, not really. I mean, they said something from about flying in from the highest mountain, but I think they're just all more apart now. Maybe I can reach that one from that mountain. Music is certainly having fun. I mean, that bridge could also lead to something that doesn't really bring us higher. Speaking of not bringing us higher, I don't think I'll be able to make this. Rest in peace, Ayaka. You're just pointing me to the top, not to a place from where I can reach the top. Why is there an explosive barrel up here? That's worrisome. I'm gonna shoot it. And hopefully not blow myself up. I'm gonna miss it. Well, it's for treasure.
And now I'll make it all disappear.
Thanks.
Just kidding.
Thanks for making it all disappear. So, guess we can reach this cube. Hope that's not the same cube we were on earlier. Else I'm gonna... No, we were on that cube earlier. And then we hope that from that cube we can get anywhere. We might. Huh. Why can't we get into this water? Looks like there's no other choice. Let's look around. Oh, is purple water... Purple water has stopped being water. But also, I think this was very much the intended path here. Ahem. Transformed allo-gravity condensed water body. A dangerous liquid that has been modified somehow by the energy flowing from the condensation components. If you remain within such a liquid for too long, you will accumulate turbulent energy flow. If you hit the accumulation limit, all your characters will drown. Oh, great. And we are stuck. Okay. Game, it's magic, not gonna explain. Just deal with it. I've been cubed. I'm glad you're putting a maze in here. An invisible maze at that. Vacuum inhibitor condenser component. Well, the cube has recovered. Yay, couch. A condenser component once installed on the vacuum inhibitor. According to Raimondo, after they are all reinstalled, the inhibitor can be restarted. Ah, the machine at the top exploded, is what you are saying. Not the big spinny thing, but the one we took a photo of. Don't jump too high. Where do you want me to go? Now that I have the thing. Another purple one, perhaps. Sure looks like it. Great. I'm so happy I'm here now. This is not climbable. I feel I made a mistake. Just a small one. Miscalculation. I live here now. Can't even get back to the cube where I was. I might have to restart. I mean... Where's this teleporter? I think there was an easy-ish way up the mountain here. I hope there was. I think I remember there being... I mean, it's not too steep, if anything. Also, it's the end of the map, as we know it. Guess I'll just run. I know that is one of those water catapult make you fly things that takes you all the way up to this mountaintop. Just don't remember where it is. Also, this is a bit steep. It's rare that we have to climb on grass. Yeah, this is pretty high. Okay. Wait for stamina to be all the way back. I'll definitely need to go find another one of those condensators in possibly all those purple cubes. But what happens if we just go where we need to go? Ah, we can land here. Uh. You're gonna take me inside. Yes. Oh, it's right there. If I stop making great turns. I mean, I saw a floating orb above this cube that I got stuck on. So I know there is another puzzle there. Speaking of puzzles, there was a huge Sealy puzzle in this huge cube. But that is off the past. Huh. Why are there so many mecha here? We dismantled so many of them last time, didn't we? Wait, there were a lot of them. Please do dismantle them.
A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Hold the line.
Take flight.
I love the effects on the trees and bushes. Like, we are definitely much higher up than we were last time we were on this cube. It looks like the Archeum overloaded and that the cooling mechanism is also damaged. Necker, what have you done here exactly? This was my fault. I didn't think that Necker would still be unsatisfied despite all the benefits I gave him. Eh? Benefits? Wait a second. Why are you looking at me like that? Did he say anything to you? You tell Raimondo of your encounters with Necker and his attitudes towards various matters. Sweet talk. Did he tell you guys then that it was people like him, Edwin's successors, who are reaping the benefits of this mess by stealing all kinds of information and selling it for a fortune? You guys are telling completely different stories. Pam doesn't know who to believe anymore. Only he were here, then we could find out the truth. Pam doesn't see him at all, though. He's not here. Where could he have gone? Maybe he's already... I don't think he was killed at the very least. I'll explain why later. For now, though, we must stabilize this Arcanum as quickly as we can. Suppression system shut down, and the ore is presently in an excited state. That is what caused the explosion. What caused the explosion? But this big rock doesn't look blown up at all. I don't understand. Alright. I agree that this is indeed quite difficult to understand. I'll explain it in simpler terms for you. I guess I have no choice now. The experimental field generator that Edwin created is extremely powerful and can manipulate gravity. This I believe you know already. I think I can gather from looking around me, yes. After the explosion, all the Archeum in the Institute shattered into fragments. Among these fragments, many of them could have turned into an excited state and triggered an explosion at any time. With the use of gravity fields, they were all restrained and gathered beneath our feet. That explosion just before was a small one, caused by a small part of Archeum in the ruins that was affected by energy flow. I guess you could call it a minor rehearsal of a third-grade explosion. Then this ruin is a super huge, ready to explode piece of Archeum. So you guys did all this, not because you wanted to retrieve the assets, but because you were scared this place would explode again. That's just one of the objectives of this operation, but right now our priority is to retrieve the condensing components that fell into the water and restart the suppression device. So I need to get all of them. There's also archeum inside those components, and the intense energy flow has likely caused unpredictable changes to the water bodies. Forgive me, but I'm really not capable of retrieving them and installing them back on the inhibitor. Only you are capable of doing this, Li-Huan. Please, for the court of Fontaine, and since it's urgent out and I already have 2 of them, I'll just get the job done first. But once this is over, you'd better explain everything clearly. If all goes well, I will tell you everything I know. Recover the things. Ah, and now they are marked, but obviously it's all the purple ones. How's the thing over there doing? Still looking not like a boss. Yep. Very much not a boss. So, purple cube, right below. It's a good thing these bubbles are here to show me the way. Although they are a bit mysterious at times. This bubble wants to fight me. Whoa.
Whirling snow.
This is the arena cube, where all the fights are being stored.
Take flight.
Coming at ya! Ha! Coming at ya!
Now we are fighting around the cube.
Not fire! Well, with rocks.
My apologies. Yeah. Yeah.
All that recovered, but how do I get back from here? Do I really need to climb the mountain again? Do you not have an easy way from me? Sure looks like it. No way up. Just checking if there was a quick way up on this side of the cliff. Also, I don't know if I have a key for that, so I will try. Mountain climbing. Wonderful, just wonderful. That one's going the wrong direction. And I do have one key. And I think that's all of them, in fact.
Quick, let's pack it up.
Another sign that Fontaine is reaching its end. Where do you take me? Just up here, that's not good enough, I think. Maybe? Could possibly reach that one, and from that I can reach the other purple. Maybe. If the angle works out. This wouldn't have worked if this cube was still purple. So at least once we needed to climb the tallest mountain. Don't throw me back out, you... That was the rudest thing you could have done. Why is water so rude to me today? I'm just climbing to the top again. It's quicker than experimenting with things I'm not sure about. Why are you giving me an exclamation mark? I don't know. And activate whatever that is.
Loving this treasure hunt.
A chest on the corner of the world. Looking forward to having to climb up here again after getting the fourth one. Just because there's gonna be no way to get from that one to this one. I should take a landing on the bridge, just so I don't run out of stamina. Yeah, I don't think I could have made that. Possibly close. I know that the orb is right on top in the set. More explosive barrels, you say?
Yeah. Da. Shia. Yeah. Da. Yeah. Shia. Yeah. Shia. Yeah. Shia. Yeah.
Maybe it will let me get back afterwards. Who knows? It would be awfully nice. All. And no, there's no way back. This is the most inconvenient thing. Reverse. Unless there's something on that cube in particular. All of these cubes are useless. Mountain climbing. My favorite activity. It's gotta be a quick way up there, and I forgot how. Such a shame. It's you, isn't it?
Over here.
Yes. Well, at least I found out at the end. That I wasn't misremembering that there is an easy way up here. I think I should be able to reach the big cube. Wait. Why am I even bringing this? Oh, over there. Good. I was, for a moment, I was worried that I didn't need to bring it back up. But also...
Rest and read it.
Oh, please, still dead. You're gonna make me fight that, aren't you? But Mr. Necker really knows how to create trouble for others, just like the boss of his, Edwin Eastinghouse. What are you doing here? We really can't catch a break here. Not only did the explosion break off the condensing components of the device, but it also destroyed the self-sustaining system of the inhibitor. I'm about to remove the two backup Numiosa cores in the experimental field generator and use them to supply energy to the inhibitor. Luckily, this big fella can't move, otherwise we wouldn't even have time to run. It's just not moving right now, you mean? Hey, knock on wood, don't say things like that. What if it actually starts moving? We have a boss battle on our hands. Don't worry, its main source of energy is that big chunk of archaeum behind it. Though the archaeum has transformed into an active state, the explosion damaged all of the energy supply lines, so it's lost all of its energy supply. Huh? The archaeum kinetic core should have been right here. Where did... hold on. You said that the Numiosa cores were a backup energy source. And isn't the activation condition for backup energy sources the complete loss of energy? Uh-oh. Well, this big guy is moving. Ah, I knew it. Edwin, you scoundrel! What did you do to this thing? Test prototype G1 woes. Well, let's talk first. Test prototype G001. Experimental field generator.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine!
Who would have thought we'd have to be fighting the clock? Wow, the clock that makes earthquakes. Sounds familiar.
Covenant of the Deep! Time to go! Huh?
It stopped. I knew you could do it. Quick, grab these two cores. Let's go hook up the power. Just like before, you go connect the energy source and I'll adjust the device. Finally, it's stabilized. The archaeum has transformed into an inert state. We and the Fontaine Research Institute are safe. For now. But it seems there are even more secrets. As for the things you'd like to know, I will be happy to answer, but not right now. What I can tell you now, based on my hypothesis, is that Mr. Necker stole the Arceum kinetic core and triggered this small explosion. But before explaining it in too much detail, we should return to the Institute and place the proper notation and partitions into this interlude. Or at the very least, we need to stop Miss Journalist from getting more deeply involved. The Arceum kinetic core is connected to too many other matters, and we must handle it in complete confidentiality. So I would like you to cooperate with my work. Cooperate? You're not saying to play along with your lies, are you? The scarier something is, the more you should share it with others. Then we can all work together to deal with it faster. I have my doubts about that, you too. Every matter has its own way of being dealt with, and in this instance, we must first call for silence. But I promise that I would never have you steer from your moral standards or demand that you have the same standard of behavior as we do. All I ask is for you to remain quiet. You need not do anything else. You might be wondering why I would have you remain silent while telling you the truth. I'll just come out and say it now. Your coming here is the only good fortune that our institute has had in nearly 100 years. No matter what happens, or what the cost is, we must maintain good relations with you. I'm sure Mr. Choiseul feels the same way. Is telling the truth also a cost, as far as you are concerned? Yeah. You are only just telling us the truth now, which you should have done ages ago. Just what sort of cost is that? Dear Lady Paimon, telling the truth honestly is, in truth, the greatest price one can pay. Let's go back. I ask sincerely for your understanding and to provide all necessary cooperation. Are the cubes now back in the original spaces? I would assume as much. No, the bridge still leads to nowhere. Here's another bridge that leads to something. Would this have also been an easier way up? To that cube, perhaps. From the angle. Oh, also. I finally got the fitting wings for Florina. We really are closing in on the end. Miss Crony, everything we do is in the best interest of the people of the court of Fontaine. So what you're saying is that the Fontaine Research Institute predicted the explosion just now. Are you kidding? You think I'm a gestionnaire? You can't hoodwink me that easily. I think Monsieur Console has expressed himself clearly enough. The situation is still under control. The status quo of the court of Fontaine will not be adversely affected. Now, allow me to make a statement explaining the event that really occurred. We were trying to create a really cool looking thing floating in the sky. That's enough, mister. I don't believe you for a second. Nihon, you should have seen everything right. I'm begging you, tell me the truth. This feels like a choice of choices. And honestly, I'm all ears, my dear Lihwan. You told Crony everything that has happened, from beginning to end, without omitting anything. About the large Archeum and the experimental field generator. About Naka, who is missing and could be alive or dead. And about Raimondo's accusations of him having stolen the Archeum kinetic core. And of course, what Raimondo cares most about, the central laboratory ruins that could explode again at any time. I'm shocked. Mr. Koizel, were you aware of this? Of course. My goodness. So the Fontaine Research Institute doesn't even have the courage to face their own mistakes. Just to cover up the fact that you couldn't deal with the Archeum problem, you did absolutely everything you could. What I find most surprising is that you even tried to trick Li Huan, who has been doing their utmost to help. You even wanted to use Li Huan's credibility to convince me that Naka was behind all of these crimes. Huh, Crony? Did you really understand? I completely understand everything, dear Paimon. Thank you for dropping such subtle hints for me. Hints? Did we drop any hints? Of course I know that what the Institute really wants to hide, the fact that the central laboratory ruins can explode again at any time. Or, to put it in another way, Archeum is still a threat to the entire court of Fontaine. Ridiculous. A person's life isn't something you can throw away to help spread your own lies. I have already told you the truth, Miss Crony. Please listen to a final word of advice. It takes only the slightest bit of effort to fixate on something, but it always takes more brain power to avert your gaze from it. Enough. I won't listen to another word you say, nor will I dwell on this. Your words, deeds, and all the facts concealed by the Institute will be reported on in the next issue of the Steambird. Good day, gentlemen. Miss Crony strides away from the Fontaine Research Institute. Thank goodness that's finally over with. Oh, and thank you too, Li Huan. I didn't do what you asked me to. I thought you would. You thought I would throw a tantrum at you and scold you for not doing what I said? My dear Li Huan, since the very beginning your job has only been to escort the researcher to the ruins for an expedition. What I asked you to do was above and beyond the call of duty. It would have been great if you kept your silence, as that would have saved us a lot of trouble in the future, yes. But it's not necessarily bad that you told her the truth. I believe that now that Miss Crony has gotten what she wants, she will not bother us again for the time being. She will tell the public everything. I believe she will do that. I hope the people of Fontaine will like the truth she publicizes. But as for us, we still have much to be concerned about. For example, the whereabouts of Mr. Naka and the Archeum kinetic core. Aha, but shouldn't we first give you a few awards as well? Monsieur Choizel, would you do the honors? Of course, that's right. I've already prepared everything. A certificate, trophy, and other forms of remuneration too. But before that, let's take a group photo together. The one we took before had an unseemly explosion in the background. This new photo must be decent enough to be worthy of your status as an honorary senior researcher. Joiselle and Raimondo stand in the same position as before, and an Institute researcher takes a photo for everyone. Perfect. Look at us, a decent bunch of decent people. Scene just isn't explosive enough. Hey, stop it. No more exploding. Any more explosions and Paimon will have nightmares. This certificate and trophy are for you. I'll post a copy of the cert on the Institute bulletin board later. I hope our researchers will follow your example. On this path, we must strive to take the lead, overcome all obstacles, and put in 120% of our... I actually have more questions for you. Of course, I know what you want to ask, even though your questions are all extremely complicated. I'm willing to answer them. In any case, I believe we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future, Honorary Senior Researcher. This ends here. We get the award. Honorary Senior Researcher Award. A medal and trophy awarded to the Honorary Senior Researcher of the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. These represent Fontaine Research Institute's high degree of recognition of the traveler's contributions. The commendation's writing style is rather distinct and has the characteristic rigor of the Fontaine Research Institute. It is clear that as time passes, the new Fontaine Research Institute, which upholds the same strict standards for procedure and documentation, will be back on the right track. Just like the previous Fontaine Research Institute, which means it will explode. At least we kept our cubes. I hope the stream did not disconnect this very moment, otherwise that would be very funny.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
It's the second time in recent memory that just disconnects on me. But the stream seems to be running. So answer me some questions. If it isn't our honorary senior researcher, welcome. Can I help you with anything? Or have you come to help me with something instead? Hahaha. About the Institute's current state. Everything is good. It's better than ever now that the egomaniac Edwin is gone, the gang of thieves under him no longer exists either. More importantly, the Institute has a chance to be reborn. We can take off the shackles and burdens of the past to focus wholeheartedly on building our foundations once again. That is, to work hard for the well-being of all the people of the Court of Fontaine. I'm currently gathering some people and preparing a code of conduct for our organization. It will include principles on the use of funds, research assessment management methods, and ethical standards that should be observed in scientific research and work. All research-related behavior at our institute will have relevant rules and provisions. Ah, what a wonderful future. It's simply the best. Do you and Raimondo run things together? No, to be precise, we deal with affairs related to different areas. Raimondo is responsible for getting scientific work and research back on track, and I'm responsible for everything apart from that. For example, I'm responsible for arranging funds related to manpower, quarterly budget allocations, reaccommodating visitors, and getting rid of those journalists together with Raimondo. But our main goal remains the same: to rebuild the Fontaine Research Institute and work hard for the well-being of all the people of the Court of Fontaine. Is there something I can help you with? Here are the real questions. Why do you think that Naka is still alive? Considering the interest of the Institute and my personal point of view, I do in fact hope that both he and the Arkham Kinetic Core were obliterated in that explosion. That would mean that the last traces of Edwin Eastinghouse's influence here would be gone for good. But like I said earlier, that explosion was actually a small-scale Archeum fragment resonance. Moreover, most of the Archeum fragments in the explosion radius were ore waste that have been fully depleted of energy. Logically speaking, even if a large Archeum chunk had gone out of control, causing the ore waste to resonate, such a violent explosion should not have occurred. The only possibility is that someone specifically collected Archeum that has not been depleted from other areas and piled them here. They then overloaded that large Archeum chunk on purpose to create an Archeum resonance, so as to trigger an explosion to cover up certain traces that would have existed otherwise. Necker has always conducted research with Edwin and has a good understanding of the nature of Archeum. It wouldn't take him much effort to do something like this. Still, that's just my preliminary conjecture. As what happens next, we'll need to wait for the Research Institute to conduct a more detailed investigation. But why did he steal this core? This Archeum kinetic core is the most cutting-edge technology created by the Fontaine Research Institute to date. It wouldn't be a bad idea to sell it or use it in the development of another project. But considering his level of academic expertise, I would rather he sell this Archeum kinetic core for a good price. About the core. Before we discuss this further, I believe Necker or Miss Crony must have mentioned something to you already. They must have told you that my research projects and those of Edwin Eastinghouse had some overlap. But this is not entirely accurate. In fact, this Archeum kinetic core is the fruit of my joint research with him. In theory, if we constantly inject this kinetic core with enough energy, it can easily allow the experimental field generator to run at full power. After creating this core, we both realized a problem. We could barely find any way to keep injecting it with enough energy to keep it at maximum power. Edwin and I tried powering it with a mixture of pneumosia and Archeum energy, or by connecting large numbers of Archeum ores in series to create a super-powered group, but neither worked. That was the situation until we found that giant Archeum. Although it was always in an inert state, Edwin and I were certain that this ore had unprecedented purity. We believed that with the right treatment, this ore would definitely output the large amount of energy we needed. But then Edwin and I had a disagreement. I offered up a more conversative proposal, but he wanted to solve the problem rather more quickly. You should know everything else that happened after that. Explosions! Lots of them. About Edwin. He was a genius in the field of scientific research. It's no exaggeration to say that his talent was only second to our first director, Elaine Guillotine. At the same time, he was an inhuman monster. Nothing mattered to him other than his scientific research. Edwin was willing to do anything or pay any price to advance his research. He once told me that research results were the only remuneration he needed. He said, "I don't need any remuneration. To me, research itself is the best reward." However, even though Edwin was a pure researcher, the people under him were all experts in furthering their own interests, that is. Some secretly sold research assets, some plagiarized research results, and some used his name to scam others. They ruined the Fontaine Research Institute's reputation, little by little. Like I said before, as long as his research could advance, Edwin wouldn't do anything about this. In this way, they used Edwin's name to take all the Institute's resources for themselves. The Institute could only continue to conduct detailed reviews on the personnel and funding of Edwin's project team. Mr. Joyzel led many of these reviews operations personally. However, in the mouths of such people, these actions were construed as bureaucratic arrogance and distrust of researchers. More and more conflicts took place between us, and no one knew how to resolve them. But now, those conflicts no longer exist. Sorry, no, did not want to talk to you. about the current situation. Haha, your question is not a technical one, but a rather an administrative one. I think you should ask Mr. Joyzel about this instead. Already did. Why do you think Naka stole the core? Didn't you already say that? Do you still remember me flipping through the pictures Miss Crony took in the ruins? As one of Naka working in front of the suppression device. It's quite blurry, but I'm quite certain that his actions are definitely not part of any operational procedure. That doesn't really mean anything, though. Maybe a thief came flying across from the nearby mountain and stole the core. That's most definitely impossible. The energy flow of the Arceum here is the best anti-theft measure there is. No ordinary person can withstand it. Besides, timing of the experimental field generator's activation is simply too perfect. It cannot be a mere coincidence. I have a preliminary conjecture. Naka, or should I say, the one who stole the core likely removed the Arceum kinetic core early on, activating the backup energy source. However, Pneumosia cores are relatively inefficient energy sources. They have to keep up a continuous output of energy to reach the activation threshold of this contraption here. Hence, this person intentionally activated that large Arceum chunk, creating a modest but rather noticeable explosion. This way, when the Institute sends someone to investigate, they would be certain to fix the Arceum inhibitor first. And by the time they realized they'd have to go to the experimental field generator to retrieve the backup energy supply, the generator would have already finished charging. From a technical perspective, such a modus operandi is highly probable, and those within the Institute capable of doing this will only be Edwin, Mr. Naka, and myself. I doubt Edwin had the opportunity to do anything to that effect, which leaves two remaining suspects, myself and Mr. Naka. Maybe this was all your doing then. Yeah, you said that Naka lied, but you've also been lying all along. Maybe this was all just part of your plan, and you tricked us into escorting you here so you could grab whatever it was you wanted. Your accusation is not entirely baseless. After this, I will also apply for and submit myself to the Institute's credibility review. As far as I'm concerned, though, Mr. Naka is the one more likely to have committed this act. This really was his doing, and he should be the one with the most to gain from it. Even if I'm listed alongside him as a suspect, his chances of being convicted are certainly greater than mine. If they can ever find him, that is. Bear witness to the story of the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. We have, indeed. Oh, treasure hunting. Oh. Well, we saw a lot of treasures today. Probably not 66 though. And with this, all the avatars are unlocked. Crest of Artifice is our unlock for this quest. And with that, Fontaine is mostly done, to be honest. At least in terms of world quests. Big titled blue text on screen world quests.
Ad Astra Abyssal. Thank you for completing today's Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the...
You like how every time I tell that Fontaine is done, and then it isn't done. I promise you, it's about to be done. I'm trying very hard to make Fontaine be done. Surely, there can't be any more Fontaine left to do. Look, it's very complete, okay? 83%, 83%, 80... How am I at 83% at so many places? 89, 95, 92, 100, hey. But okay, those percentages say possibly very little about the regions at times. Oh well, Sumeru is pretty all in the 90s or 100s. Still somehow 68 at Right Crown Mountains. Here I was actually pretty good at getting 100.
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
No, there's nothing more interesting to do. There is something new in the game. A completely new mode. But I doubt there is... The mysterious room. I doubt it is anything necessarily worth showing off. I mean, a mysterious room is very mysterious. Below me. Visit the mysterious room.
Huh? What's a place like this doing in a library? Could this be the restricted section Lisa mentioned?
More things floating in the air.
Doesn't quite feel like it, though. You don't think this place is hiding some terrible secret, do you? Like those rooms you always hear about in scary stories? You know, the ones that are usually totally off limits?
Surely it would be locked if that were the case.
That's true. We just kind of waltzed in here. And it didn't seem like the lock had been broken or anything. Wait, hang on a minute. This isn't the door we came in through. Are we even in the library anymore?
Perhaps we've reached another world.
And what world would that be, huh? Too bad Lisa's not working today, otherwise we could ask her. Well, we're here anyhow, and this place doesn't look too dangerous. Why don't we just take a look around?
Yeah, that's totally safe.
New places are meant for exploring after all. You gotta try all kinds of new things to become a good and experienced guide. Ooh, look, a stuffed wolf toy! So cute!
Yep, definitely not scary.
It's so fluffy and soft. Huh. Wonder who left it here.
All you know, that toy might be this room's real master. Or it might be the guardian of this mysterious room.
Oh, foolish, Strat traveler, you dare enter this fortress of doom without invitation? Prepare to be eaten alive! We should probably just leave it here for now. This place is huge, so let's keep on exploring!
Sure. Imaginarium Theater unlocked. Dive into a fantastical something. You can use the fantasy tome in the theater lobby to start the Imaginarium Theater challenge. The theme of the Imaginarium Theater will change ever so often, with the participation conditions and special guest characters changing along with it. The opening characters of each season will gain fantastical blessing, which will grant them special buffs and performance challenges in your adventures across Teyvat. You must select companions to form your party for the challenges according to the restrictions set by performance requirements. Each character starts with 2 vigor. Each time they complete an act's performance challenge, they will lose 1 vigor. Oh, we can change music. Witch's Tea Party. I mean, let's keep the witch music. It's so cute. Paimon can't stop herself from petting it. You and Paimon pet the fluffy wolf toy. Haha, so soft. It's warm, fluffy, and full of cotton, just like Paimon imagined. Alright, Li-Huan, let's keep looking somewhere else. I saw you. Whoa, is the person in that painting moving? Hi. Paimon's Paimon, and this is Li-Huan. You couldn't tell us what this place is, could you? I'm the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Nope, nothing. She doesn't seem to be able to hear us at all. Maybe our greeting wasn't formal enough. Oh, fair and noble lady, here is our question. Oh yeah, all we needed to get a response was an elegant greeting. As if. Surely it's just a painting that can move. Anyway, mysterious as it is, we're not gonna find the answers by just waiting around. Why don't we go search for clues someplace else? I've changed my mind. This war is definitely worth showing off, because it's very weird. Also, there's more books here that I'll never read. The Little Witch and the Undying Fire. I guess it is a library. The Feline Firm. So many books in the series. This is a giant chest. Look, Li-Huan, a treasure chest. So beautifully decorated and in such an unmissable spot, almost as if it's trying to tempt us into opening it. Oh no, it's a mimic. Maybe the key's somewhere nearby. Let's have a look around. We might be able to find it. Wonder what kind of treasure is hiding. Raw Season Fortune Slip. As things are, I can no longer say which is night and which is day. If the dawn when shall sing no more, what shall we pray or sing hymns for? O mine heart, you must like Ragni wieder be. Exorcise the night and light the morn, and let freedom's flowers bloom brilliantly, their touch across the plains by the west wind borne. Breeze upon the lake, songs of dawnlight part Breeze Upon the Lake, Songs of Dawnlight Part 6. Any choice you make will change the present situation. Do not be troubled by this, however, and step out ahead boldly onto the road ahead. Carry hope in your heart and press on resolutely, just as the legendary knight once did. And where the sun sets, the morning wind shall bring about a new day. What's on these pages? This writing's so blurred, Paimon can't make out what it says. But is that a clock hanging behind the desk? It's completely still. Looks like it's broken. Linger a while, thou art so far. Fair. Huh? Are you okay? Seriously, stop suddenly saying such strange things. Anyway, doesn't seem like there's anything worth looking at here. Maybe we should try somewhere else instead. I'm feeling like this might be Alice's room. It sure feels like witches and fire might fit Klee's mother. Ah, it's so white outside. Paimon can't see anything. Looks like it's just an ordinary closet. What's up, Lihon? Something wrong? Perhaps we'll meet a lion in there. Why would there be a lion in a closet? Perhaps we should try somewhere else and keep the strange comments to a minimum while we're at it. That was a Narnia reference. Now you mention it, this place does look a bit like a stage, but then shouldn't the curtains be hanging in front of the stage? Do you think they've been put here to hide something behind it? Anyway, never mind that for now. Let's look elsewhere. Uh-huh. They can't be moved. The chest is an object that exists. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. But I think I'm not. Unless there's an upstairs. But I'm gonna just guess I can't climb here. Season rules. Only Pyro, Electro, and Animo characters, as well as special guest stars, may perform in this season's show. This season's elemental requirements. Supporting cast characters can assist friends in their performance, and up to 7 characters can be set. Characters that meet the elemental type requirements for that season or special guest characters can be invited by friends. Supporting cast characters can assist friends up to 15 times during each Imaginarium season. No past performances, because this is new. Rewards! Oh. We got gacha stuff from this. Easy mode, normal mode, hard mode. Complete 8 combat performances to end the show. Listens and mental type requirements, yeah. You must select 18 characters to participate in the challenge. Character has reached level 70. You can invite one supporting cast character. Principal cast. When starting an Imaginarium Theater challenge, you can select characters from both your own and from trial characters. Alternate cast. Alternate cast members can be used to replenish your principal cast. Complete combat events or choose companion events in order for them to join the principal cast. Special guest stars are designated selectable characters that do not need to meet the elemental requirements for that season. Oh, from friends. I see. Do not need to fit them, but getting 18 characters in here is not easy. Hope you don't force me to use all 18 of them, because some of them are probably not perfectly equipped. Character equipment and state will be locked after the challenge begins. All sorts of events can happen during an Imaginarium Theater challenge. Of these, companion events allow alternate cast members to join your principal cast. Wondrous boons can grant your party combat buffs. Mystery cages can grant certain benefits, but also carry a certain amount of risk. This is sounding like another roguelike situation. After selecting Companion, Wondrous Boon, or Mystery Cage events, events other than combat events will be refreshed. When a combat event is selected, you will go on stage and start the current performance. Characters who haven't yet participated in the game mode have a chance to provide external audience support for companion events and Wondrous Succor, bringing you additional benefits. May select one of 3 wondrous boons. It is a roguelike situation. Yes, brief descriptions, much better. Mystery cache free. Mystery cage free. Battle normal. Defeat all opponents. Bonus challenge. Trigger swirl 15 times. Star challenge. Defeat all opponents within 90 seconds. I won't have to use everybody, but people can only be used so much. Right. This is mostly shrooms, by which I mean only shrooms. Have a shroomy day. Party setup. As the challenge proceeds, you can use restart performance to change your party setup and try the challenge again. The composition of your party setup is key to completing your performance. Each character who takes part in the performance will start with 2 vigor. Each time they complete a combat event, they will lose 1 vigor. At the same time, 1 random alternate cast member will be chosen to join the principal cast. Who wants to fight Shroom? Well, we need Swirl, and Yuri. There isn't that many people that can Swirl here. We need a healer. And we did get... Sure. Stage has been prepared.
Our bond is strong. Have fun with this gift.
Don't get too close. I got you covered. Cry louder. Squall and fury. Yeah.
Well, I have my 15 Swirl reactions.
Dissipate. Out of my way.
Fire it up. Behold. Know your place. Supporting fire.
Our bond is strong. Gears of the storm. Stand with me.
Check this out. Squall and fury. Bow your head. How amusing.
Too late for regrets.
Fire it up.
Dissipate. No sense of respect.
Behold.
We failed the winning in 90 seconds thing.
Check this out. Here's backup. Ah!
So you do move, huh?
No, sorry. Guests, hello. I've been waiting here for the longest time and nobody came. I was only planning to rest my eyes for a bit, but the sofa was so comfy, I guess I dozed off.
Let's I can talk!
Sure can. Talking is one of the things I can do. All right, so... yes. Introductions are in order, aren't they? Greetings, my dear guests. My name is... Wait. What's my name?
Not sure we can help you with that one, buddy. Guess you were in a pretty deep sleep, huh? Seems like you're still waking up.
You are Sir Holsworth, an honorary knight much renowned and loved by all.
Huh? Really?
We're just messing with you. Anyway, Paimon's name is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Okay, great, that went well. At least this mysterious room doesn't rob everyone of their memories.
I must apologize. I must have slept for so long that I can't remember what's real and what's a dream anymore. I did have a lot of dreams while I was asleep. Okay, concentrate. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, the current me is a concierge in charge of attending to any guests that find themselves here. Yes, you may call me Wolfie.
Well, that's simple.
Okay, but, if all you can remember are your dreams, what makes you think any of them are real experiences? They're just products of your imagination, right?
You mean, if it comes from my imagination, it can't be real life? Oh. Well, it sounds like you know more about that kind of thing than I do. I can't tell the difference at all. I remember a time when a horrid curse was put on me. My heart was cased in unmelting ice, and I had to spend my days in agonizing solitude, surrounded by nothing but boundless tundra. I also remember playing with Whitefang in the misty forest. We chased golden butterflies, waded through rushing streams, and shattered the very moon beneath our feet. And I'll never forget marching in that celebratory procession with the other troops, being showered in confetti as I excitedly waited for Her Majesty the Queen to bestow her honor upon me. It was glorious. To me, all these events are indistinguishable from real experiences. Take my latest dream, for instance. I remember being in a garden of forking paths, and Madame Mage said to me, "From now on, you are a concierge. Be sure to treat your guests well." And I found myself here. And like I said, I waited and waited and waited. And now, finally, 2 guests have arrived. At last, I can fulfill my duty.
Sounds like Razor. No, this guy speaks in 2 full sentences to be Razor.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
About Madame Mage.
Yeah, and who is this Madame Mage? Is she really just a figure from your dream? Seems like there could be more to it than just that.
Well, Madame Mage is Madame Mage. Just as you, dear guests, are guests. She and her friends, oh yes, and they're all mages too. Each one of them is a master of their own type of magic. Conjuring, illusions, and so on.
Hex and Circle?
One of them uses a quill pen to cast her spells. She has a very mysterious ink bottle that contains fantasy truth. I had a little taste when she wasn't looking, and oh my goodness was it bitter! Blech. But the other mages all love her magic. They use their powers of creation to transform her fantasy truth into true fantasy. How do they do that? I haven't the slightest idea. I'm just a toy with stuffing for brains. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Yeah, what is this place? We came in here through this one door in the library, but we were never able to tour.
Ah, well, congratulations on your successful entry, dear guests. This is a special room, one that can only be accessed by those who are invited. Seeing as you two have this privilege, you can invite your friends to enter as well. On that note, I'd better tidy up this place as quickly as possible. Oh, and I should prepare some tea and snacks too. You don't mind if they're on the sweeter side, do you?
Of course not! Wait, before we get ahead of ourselves, mind telling us where we are exactly? Are we even still in Mondstadt?
That is a difficult question. Madam Mage created this room using magic, and I don't know magic. Still, you have my guarantee as concierge that this is a safe and comfortable place. I sincerely hope you enjoy your time here. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? Yes, I saw! You were magnificent! I was completely enraptured by your performance.
What do you mean, performance?
Well, Madam Mage says that every page of a storybook is a segment of the present. I'm sure only the most distinguished of guests are able to take the stage as the story's protagonist and put on a show as spectacular as yours. What a thrilling battle! Yes, that's what every story needs to spice things up. Naturally, those are the kinds of stories I love reading the most. I wonder what would make a good title for a book about your magnificent performance. Should we call it a saga? An epic? A tale of conquest? A chronicle of combat? Choices, choices.
Mushroom collecting is what I would call it.
In any case, I do hope you will be so kind as to indulge us with more of your fine performances. In fact, scratch that. I'm afraid I shall have to insist. The story of the present is waiting to be written, and you, dear guests, are the ones to fill its pages. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
That's all.
This place is getting more confusing by the second, but Wolfie seems alright, so we should be fine, right? Besides, our goal is to set foot in every corner of Teyvat, and the courage to boldly go where others dare not to tread is what will take us there.
Wow, what a wonderful line! Spoken like a true adventurer!
You bet! We're the real deal!
Is that so? Well then, I'd better make sure I do my duty as concierge of this place. I hope this can be somewhere for you to rest and recuperate when you're weary, so that you can embark on your next adventure refreshed and renewed. Come back here anytime if you get tired. I'll be sure to take good care of you.
Imaginarium Theater Challenge Rewards. After completing performance challenges in the Imaginarium Theater, you can earn various goods from both debut performance gifts and performance tour rewards. Clearing the performance challenge in at least 3 acts will unlock Wolfie's Thespian Trove. There you can exchange the medals for Thespian tricks. So the chest is where I get stuff. Oh, hi. People have appeared.
I'm afraid I still have some work to do before everything is ready. Thank you for your patience, my dear guests. If you'd like, you can take the stage and perform once more. There'll be toy medals waiting for you in treasure chests afterwards.
So you say.
This is a nice little challenge, isn't it? Getting out into the world with your friends, exploring all its nooks and crannies. It's exactly the sort of thing you should be doing while you're young. Back when I fell into those strange ruins, I didn't have a single other person to talk to. I only had myself to rely on. Now that was a true challenge, let me tell you. That said, I wouldn't recommend that experience to anyone.
No, I don't want to chat. What are you making that face for? I thought you knew my deal by now. Fine. You can talk, and I'll sit over there and listen. Happy now?
Very. Incredibly happy. I guess random people that have been chosen for battle will appear in this room, huh? Or not random people, but the people are actually brought to the last battle.
Thanks for inviting me here. If there's nothing too urgent that needs your attention, why not take a seat and relax for a bit? I'll make you some tea. Oh, don't mention it. It's nothing, really. I'd hate to see anyone who needs my care tiring themselves out too much.
I do hope I'll get to read a story about a rebellious princess. You know, the type who sheds her long, cumbersome skirts and learns equestrianism, swordplay, perhaps even medicine. She'll live freely, take to the field to defeat evil personally, and defend the people and nation by her own hand. Huh. You know what? I might just write that story myself.
Good luck with that. Mystery cages feel like they might be dangerous. Choose one character to join. The prince will cast from 2 random characters.
Time for afternoon tea.
Defeat all opponents. Bonus challenge. Trigger melt reaction 5 times. Melt? But I don't have ice. Trigger swell 5 times.
Be amazed! Ooh, trip on up! Yeah! Didn't quite dodge it. Over here!
Overruled. Witness my rise.
Our bond is strong!
Laid bare. This is where you fall.
Lightning, purify! Dissipate!
Overruled.
Hey, I got the time limit done.
Looks like delving into this domain is gonna be challenging. As a magician's assistant, what I'm good at is executing a specific plan. And trying not to make any mistakes in the process. So, do you have a plan in place for showtime?
You say the same thing.
You can leave the trickier opponents. You did invite me here after all, so I'll do my part for the cause, no problem. As for what part that'll be exactly, arrange that however you wish. I can handle it.
Does not say the same thing.
The enemies we face are of a lowly breed. Deal with them however you see fit. But do not get complacent. You should expect to fend for yourself, as I am not in the habit of coming to other people's rescue. If you do encounter a foe for whom you are no match, simply make yourself scarce, and I shall deal with it in due course.
I rarely encounter opportunities to rest mid-journey. During battle, slowing down is even more out of the question. However, given that this is not a solo operation, I will go along with what you think is best. In any case, this is an acceptable place for a brief period of respite.
See, they recorded a lot of dialogue for this. If every character has multiple lines.
Ah, we'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Battle. Climatic Showdown. Defeat the exhausted Jade Bloom Terror Shroom after its activated state is finished. Mm-hmm. Being activated is through electricity, so that's fine.
Right now. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Hunt them down. What a disgrace.
Let the magic begin! Right here, right now. Emerge.
Loaded. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Right here, right now. Step on up! Yeah! The doctor will see you now.
Into the shadows.
Over here!
Taking a turn for the better.
Emerge. A sight to behold. Come on out. Right here. Right now. Cue the spotlight!
Time to testify.
Barely didn't do the time limit. Also didn't exhaust. Oh wow.
Bravo! Bravo! Another spellbinding performance! Are you interested in learning any new thespian tricks? By which I mean dashing and elegant poses. In fact, what would you say to a friendly exchange? I'll teach you some thespian tricks in return for toy medals from the treasure chests. Friendship is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Ah, just the word itself gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling in my heart and my stomach.
Lovely thing indeed. All my best friendships are built on a warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach.
Oh, for the love of... Please don't tell Paimon you're thinking about emergency food again! We're talking about friendship here, okay? Paimon will never understand why that's where your head goes. Anyway, are you sure you're okay with just toy medals? What can they be worth if they're just toys?
As long as you believe, even toy medals can be more valuable than gold. That is the magic of imagination. Madame Mage told me that. I can't say I entirely understand what she meant, but... The thespian tricks, I actually got those from a wish I made to Madame Mage. So long as she thinks it's a fair trade, I think it should be fine.
Sounds kinda ominous. Don't a lot of scary stories start out that way? You make a reckless wish to a wicked witch, but you end up regretting it when she forces you to pay an impossible price in return?
I believe you're misunderstanding the situation, dear guest. There is absolutely nothing to fear. To start with, mages are quite different from wicked witches. And besides, I already told you what the price is. It's the toy medals. There's no catch.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, completely. In any case, I was the one who made the wish. So if someone has to end up paying an impossible price, just leave it to me.
Why do you sound so proud of that?
I enjoy watching your performances, so it's well worth it as far as I'm concerned. I wonder how many blank pages are left in this book. But not to worry. Even if we run out of space, new blank pages will be added very soon. I do look forward to the day when all empty pages are filled with stories.
I'd like to learn some thespian tricks. Please follow me. The thespian tricks available from the Thespian Trove will be reset along with each new season of the Imaginarium Theater. After exchanging the thespian tricks, you can use them on the corresponding character's photo page. I see. Also, I don't have any toy medals. So you can make poses for photos with this. Very important.
Drat. You caught me.
Prevent the lane-line monolith's destruction. Defeat opponents depleting the timer. To deplete the timer. And it's Charles. I'd rather take my life with Charles.
Truth repeats its course.
I got you covered. Seems like an emergency. Unsightly insects. Quick fall. The wind rises. That's far enough. A bitter pill to swallow.
We'll see about that.
Wretched vermin! Behold!
Stop attacking the pillar,
How amusing!
please.
Gears of the storm.
Taking a turn for the better. Supporting fire! You dare to gaze upon me?
This one might actually be
Dare to mess
a
with
bit
me.
difficult.
Fire it up! The wind rises.
Have fun with this gift.
Bow your head. Behold.
Yeah, I noticed. That was not great, is what you're saying.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Here comes the finale. Witness my rise. Transfixed. This is where you fall. Laid bare.
Emerge. Dear, right now. I'm always watching. Right.
Wanted my full attention, did you? Everlasting as the moon. Witness my rise. Overruled.
Show them. Emerge. A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
And voila!
Ninjutsu!
Yeah, this is... About rewinding, you can reset your performance progress to after the last villain challenge using the rewind function.
Transfixed. This is where you fall.
Unsightly insects. Squall fury.
Come on out. Right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Witness my rise. Overruled.
Wretched vermin. The wind rises.
Everlasting as the moon.
Here's backup.
Show them. Right now. Emerge.
Laid bare. Witness my rise.
Cry louder.
Transfixed.
I'm always watching.
Everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
Yeah, that definitely went perfectly. Yay, Klee.
Want me to come along?
Seems like an emergency.
Sparks and flash! Jumpy Dumpty Go!
applause. Mind the side effects.
Crabs!
Yeah, roll them all up. I wanna go home.
Oh no.
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side effects.
Let's get this show on the road.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Step right up.
A bitter
I think
pill
sure
to swallow.
slowed down quite a bit after Klee died.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effects. A bitter pill to swallow.
A round of applause. Magic can't cheat death, you know.
How about more? More Klee.
Seems like an emergency.
Oz, reveal sparks and swag.
Let's get this show on the road.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Jumpy Dumpy, the doctor will see you now.
Remember, health comes first.
Blazing delight. Phew. Yeah. Da da da. La la la.
Mind the side effect.
By royal decree. Boing, boing, boom. Blow them all up. Yeah.
Good night. Didn't think this would take this long, but I think we are done with the story part of it anyways.
And voila! Here comes the
Boy, that
finale.
was close with Klee. Almost lost her again.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Taking a turn for the better.
Done with story, never done with crabs. Very correct.
Dumpy Dumpy go.
Now disappear. Stay calm. Let's get this show on the road. Lynette.
Wow, I barely did it.
I can do it.
We may leave at any time.
Climatic battle. Oh no, it's these two. This might be bad.
high. The birds call. That hurts. Remember, health comes first.
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Ha! Ha! Yeah!
A bitter pill to swallow.
The doctor will see you.
Not like...
Boing, boing, boing! Da-da-da!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night, wind strider. Seems like an emergency.
La la la!
Mind the side effects.
Cross over! The doctor will see you now.
I'm not sure if I can do this. I never liked fighting these two. And I am bringing my strongest characters.
Taking a turn for the better.
Time to go! Go! Roll them all up! Boing, boing, boing!
As one with wind and cloud. Mind the side effect.
Go! The doctor will see. Cross over! See?
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effect.
Boing, boing, boing! So, roll them all out! Da-da-da! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Ha!
Oh, and if one comes back, he comes back with almost half health. Okay.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Dumpty, dumpty, go!
Yeah, I don't think that's this is possible. Sounds fair to me. And then we gain rewards. Up to 5. That's not so bad. To be honest, yeah. Times 5, twice even. And this resets every month, I guess. So yeah, no reason to 100% this. Very fun. But that is enough for floating cubes and mysterious rooms. Next time in Genshin Impact. Is Fontaine done yet?